All right, welcome back, you guys. Back to some good old DS1. I did fight the Everdark Libra yesterday, and it's an interesting fight. It's an interesting fight because I think some of the mechanics in the boss are pretty cool, like the curse, and like the curse is really cool. The NPCs just totally ruin it, though. I think I don't know. There's a lot of potential. Or it's interesting that I've seen a lot of people really like it though. So, I mean, there you go, dude. I'm not the biggest fan, but I just think some of the ideas are good. Execution a little off, dude. Anyways, we're gonna continue this run. I was kind of thinking about it. We're just gonna keep doing no reset runs of this probably. Because I don't really think there's a point in resetting. Unless it's super early or something, but yeah, we'll just keep doing it until we get it. Like full no reset runs, and then I don't know, I should really start Bloodborne sooner rather than later. Bottom one just for the relic. Yeah, and the relic is shit too, unfortunately. Like it's actually, I feel like, just kind of useless. Yeah, surprised so many people like it though, dude. It's no, but I guess I can see why. If you don't hate NPC fights like I do, and you know the rest of the fight, if you're fine with that, then the rest of the fight's perfectly fine. So, and I cannot see anything, but the only problem is like the whole fight is about the NPCs basically. I find, but you know what? There's some interesting ideas that I saw. Apparently, I don't know if this is true, but someone had the idea to use the relic where you kill those Night Invader guys. Like if that works on the boss, that'd be kind of crazy, dude. That'd be kind of cool, maybe. Maybe that was part of their reasoning for why they made the fight like that, is to make it so that there's a good use case for that relic. Because as it is, I feel like it's maybe, I don't know, I haven't really tried it out that much. Maybe it is good. But if you spawn in a world and you just don't get one of those tornado zones, then it's just, I'm pretty sure it's just completely useless, so. I don't know. Maybe I gotta give it another shot, dude, with a different build.
Maybe I'll be the best nut ever.
Totetsu, thanks for the 13-month resub. Welcome back. Also, I'm using my eSwap right now, because unfortunately, yeah, my heart controller now is kind of unusable, dude, because it just disconnects every like 5 seconds. If I just move, it disconnects. So I don't know if that's a problem with the controller or if it's because it was dropped so many times. I mean, I'm assuming it's because it was dropped so many times, but yeah, it kind of really sucks actually. But what I actually ordered, I mean, I'll ask them for another heart controller probably, but I've heard some very good things about the 8-bit Duke controllers, or however you say that. So I ordered the like I forget, it's the Supreme 2 or something like that. I don't know if that's their top of the line one, but it sounds really fucking good for the price, dude. It seems insane. So I'm a little skeptical because the price is so low for what you get. But maybe it is just really good, dude. I don't know. Hey, I've been meaning to test this. Yeah, so that's what I thought. The spear just works perfectly for that. So trying to aim a soul arrow. Yeah, because I spiked it, dude. Yeah, surely. Best way to practice bosses: get a save organizer, get some sort of practice tool like cheat engine, or depending on the game, you know, there's like ER tool, or Dark Souls has DS gadget, you know, stuff like that. Some practice tool, and then just simply turn off your damage, turn off the boss's damage, and just fight the boss. Let's go above water. But yeah, I probably should start Bloodborne sooner rather than later, I think, man.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Hi.
Because out of all the games, I mean, that run and Elden Ring are probably going to take the longest, but I've already done Elden Ring, right? So, and by longest, I mean, well, actually, yeah, in terms of the actual length of the run, if I'm including chalices, then like that's going to be a long run, first of all. I'm guessing, I think when Ghost did it, she's the only one to have done it. I believe it was somewhere around 6 hours, maybe 6.5 or something like that. Maybe it was even more than that. It was long. But then what's going to take you 3? I think that's the 6th one, right? Yeah, it's going to take even longer. Is that right? Guess we'll see. It's going to take even longer is, I'll just make it safe, is routing that game, right? I haven't done Bloodborne all bosses no hit yet. I've only done Bloodborne any percent level. That's it. Now, I've done that any percent run quite a few times at this point, but basically I suck at the game and I have a ton to learn, so that's going to take a while. Whereas Elden Ring, I've done all bosses no hit. I have all the strats. Maybe there's some better strats I can find or whatever, but the region locked gave me some, or helped me find some better strats on bosses, like the Romana strat, for example. But just, it's such a long run that de-resting's going to take a little bit of time. But yeah, Bloodborne, though, it's going to take a while. I mean, almost, like, maybe I should have started with Bloodborne. Because it could very well take a few months before I get a Bloodborne all bosses plus Chalice no-hit run, so it's certainly possible. Elden Ring Bare Fist permadeath? Not... I don't know. I mean, that sounds like it actually could be something I'd do, but... I have other things to worry about right now. Yeah, and have to get it consistent as well. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of time. I don't trust this rollback version as much as the backstep version, but it's easier to pull off, right? You can't spam backstep, or else when you land and get a backstep, you'll queue up another input and it'll just mess it up. The rollback, I don't trust it as much yet. Not yet. Oops. Yeah, I did the Everdark Libra, and I'm not a big fan of the fight. Not a big fan. Like I was saying, it's got some... I like some of the mechanics in the fight. It's just the NPCs, dude. That's the problem, I think. And it's kind of a shame, too, because all the curse stuff is really cool. And I think it's very interesting. But the fight, it just basically only becomes about the NPCs. So it just ruined it, I think. Even if they were just kind of normal trash mobs or something, it would have been a lot better. Ones that don't roll and, you know, gank you like they do, and it's insane, dude. Honestly, solo's significantly easier. Because at worst, you have to deal with 2 NPCs at a time. But yeah, when we did the trio run the other day, I mean, it was literally a 7v1 because my teammates go down because they get ganked. And then, you know, I'm just running around Guardian waiting for my revive to come back. It wasn't... Surely my controller didn't just disconnect. Oh, brother, dude. So yeah, basically I don't like the fight. Simply. I think it's bad. Like I said, it does have, it's mostly cool stuff about it. It's just the NPC spam is just terrible. It's really bad. They were so close, yet so far. Worse than Maris? It's much more interesting than Maris is. Much more interesting, but also probably worse. Is my game kind of lagging a little bit? My favorite so far is definitely the Fulgor, but no, I do think, like, I saw some discussion about it and people going kind of back and forth on what they think of the new Libra and how they should do the Everdarks. And people make some good points, like every Everdark just being the same boss, but with just a couple more moves isn't, like, I don't think that's the best way to do it. I think with Fulgor it works very well. But if they just did that for every boss, it would get a little boring. So I like that they're trying new stuff. It just, I don't know, the NPCs, dude. That's the problem. It's just that the NPCs just totally ruins the fight, man. And it's unfortunate because I think everything else about him is good, but yeah. So in terms of where I rank that boss, I'm not, I would have to fight him maybe a few more times. But as it stands right now, I don't know. I really need to fight him more times, dude. Because I don't know the best strategy. I feel like you do want to kill the NPCs. But just, like, 6 NPCs is insane, dude. It's actually insane. Yeah, I really like the curse thing. Yeah, I think that's really cool, actually. I think that's awesome.
Maybe best not ever.
Zach, thanks for the 13-month Prime sub, dude. Also, Jazora, thanks for the 100 bits. Any new DS3 randomizer runs in the future? Yeah, I want to do all bosses randomizer deathless in DS3 at some point in time.
If there were...
Seems to get crazy damage reduction if fight goes too long. Yeah, I wonder if it has to do with, like, if you don't kill the NPCs, he gets more powerful or something. I think the way From is handling bosses for Night Rain makes future Souls bosses worrisome. No, you know what? I don't really think so. Because Night Rain is a different type of game, so the bosses need to kind of pick different boxes than Souls bosses do. It's not quite the same. I mean, honestly, the bosses in the base game Elden Ring concern me a lot more than, than the Night Rain bosses do. Especially because it just feels like they're just trying stuff. I am hoping that they're not getting... Like, one thing that does concern me a little bit, I guess, is that... you know, the feedback on certain Night Rain bosses... Because the Libra, I saw a lot of people really liking the Libra, and I just, I don't know. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, let's add NPC fights in the next games, because they already do that anyways. And so I'm like, oh yeah, people really like this. Let's keep doing it. And that's the concern, I guess. But no, with Night Rain bosses, I don't really think it's a big deal. How can anyone like the Libra fight? Well, here's how I think. If the curse stuff is really cool, I think there's not really... It could be hard to argue that the curse things that he does in the fight is not, like, at least pretty cool. And so yeah, that's kind of the highlight. If you are someone who doesn't mind NPC fights, I guess, then it's fine. I guess. Right? That's how someone could like it. It's just way overdone, I think. The 6 NPCs is way too many. And, yeah, it's bad. Kinda close. I don't know, I don't know if I agree that they're not a threat. Because they start getting, I think what I noticed on the last fight is they started getting buffed by Libra. And then next thing you know, they have like triple attack buff or something, and they're just smoking you every hit. And I'm not sure if that's, I don't know what causes that. Like I said, I mean, I can't give a fully informed opinion on the fight because I don't know everything that's going on. But you can go watch that trio run we did last night and see what I mean. Like, they were hitting me hard, dude. And I was, you know, my teammates went down. It was a 1v6, 1v7 with Libra. And like, what am I supposed to do? You're supposed to, like, go and attack Libra? Like, you can't. So... It just gets out of control, I guess. But maybe that's the fun part about the fight is you have to keep it in control somehow, which I don't really know how to do, so. Yeah, and then, yeah, that is true as well. My solo run, my first solo run that I did, my Raider one-shotted me with the Axe of Godfrey weapon art. Like, I didn't really quite see that he was attacking, and then just one-shot, basically. Or maybe it was like 75% of my HP gone in a single hit. From my dupe Raider. So there's something that buffs them. Maybe there's a way around it, though. There probably is. I mean, we can go fight him again today and see what's going on. I think I just don't get it. Okay. You're the teammate that went down? Well, no, I don't blame you for going down. Because, like, we had 6 NPCs gunning at us that were insanely buffed up. Ross, thanks for the good luck, dude. Wilder get Gideon staff? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we were getting debuffed as well. Yeah. No, I do feel like there's a strategy with killing them and then using maybe that relic for the night invaders, if that's a thing. That actually does work. That seems like it'd be a cool strategy to try out. Maybe you focus on getting NPC killing stuff like what? I don't know. If you find a night comet or
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
a wing scythe, like stuff like that maybe. I think, yeah, when the NPCs betray, I kind of didn't see them doing damage. It didn't look like they were dealing any damage to him. But it was hard to tell what was happening. Is God Run 3.5? It would more be like the God Run 6. Or more. Based on how big this run is. The God Run 3 has how many bosses in it? Like, I don't know, actually. I mean, this run probably has 3 times the number of bosses in it. Never seen anyone use cross legs for madness FP regen. Yeah, it just doesn't really, in a game that's all about like moving around quickly, doesn't really seem like the best option. It might be nice though if you are a spell build. Oh, that was late. That thing is lenient. If you're a spell build, and you really just are desperate for FP, then I guess. No, we haven't done continued DS3 Seamless Co-op. That'll be tomorrow. We're going to continue it tomorrow. Like how they put the taking attacks boost damage. Yeah, the relic, the thing is, with relics in that game, you want... I mean, this goes for any game that has, you know, passive stuff like that. You want something that synergizes for the character that it's going to be on, right? You want it all to work for a single character, or I guess multiple, but you want all of the abilities to be synergizing on one character. And that relic does not do that. At all. It's a terrible relic. Because who does it go on? It doesn't go on anyone. Because that, yeah, the FP regen would go on some sort of spell build. And so you have 3 spell-based characters. Or 3 characters that can use spells well. None of them are tanky that you want to be getting hit on, so... What game will I practice after DS1? I really should do Bloodborne, man, I think. Because what could easily happen if I derested all the games first and I start doing Bloodborne? If Bloodborne takes me 2 months, then you know, next thing you know, I forget the runs again and I have to derest at them. I don't really want to do that. Of course, what I could do is just kind of split the practice, but I don't know yet. I should probably do Bloodborne soon. Night Rain DLC will add a tanky mage. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, like a, I don't know, spell sword or a, I don't know, battle mage or something. Would love to see more classes. I think the classes are actually one of the best things about Night Rain, probably. I think the classes are pretty well done. All very balanced. None of them have super glaring issues. Well, for the most part. Yeah, Guardian. Yeah, Guardian's got some issues, for sure. Executor has some issues as well, but, I mean, he's still a good, like, quite a strong character, I guess. But yeah, his skills could be better. Zoodle, how's it going, dude? Any Libra haters? Yeah, I think most of us are probably, but I think I gotta fight him again and figure out what's going on there. Especially in trio, because I think in solo it's quite easy to manage what's happening. Crystal Soul Spear.
Come again. The knowledge.
It's crazy. Main issue with Executor is just his parry sword doesn't deal enough damage. Well, yeah, it's that plus a bunch of other things wrong with that skill. I think his ultimate, it's maybe not the best. Well, it's definitely not the best ultimate. One of the weaker ultimates, but it's still okay, I guess. But definitely, yeah, it's about his skill. There's so many problems with it, like just small things. The slow walking feels like it's not, it shouldn't be there, but you know, one huge problem with his parry stance is all the knockback attacks that happen. So you like parry something, and then you get knocked back when you're trying to go for a guard counter build or something, and you just totally whiff the enemy. Or, you know, you parry something, poise break them, and get knocked back, and then you can't make the riposte because you're slow walking back, or like you have to dodge twice in to get back in range. But if it's like a quick riposte window, you just miss it. The fact that when you come out of parry stance, you are default one-handed is very annoying. Your parry stance also loses any weapon buffs you have, so if you are using a seppuku build and you want to swap back... Dude, even his ultimate, you keep seppuku buff when you swap to and from it. But his parry stance, you don't. And you just lose your buff. It's so annoying, dude. So it just... Unfortunately, the parry stance isn't... You don't want to use the weapon in the parry stance. You just want the parries, because the parries themselves are pretty good. Like poise break and stuff. Okay, where am I going? But yeah, it's kind of annoying, though. I would love for them to buff it. It feels like it should be buffed. Because it is really fun to play like that, but just not that great. The fact that all is stunnable. Yeah, that's annoying. I think the big problem with the ultimate is that you can die, like, straight out of the ultimate. And there have been instances where I'm playing Executor and I use my ultimate, immediately get killed. Just immediately die. You shouldn't die from using an ultimate like that, you know? Like, sure, it was a very poorly timed ultimate, but still, though. Like, none of the other ultimates can be poorly timed, really, to a point where you just get killed from it. Okay, what is this guy doing? Yeah, no bleed on the Katana either, yeah, I don't get it. Yeah. Skill repair should have been his passive, not a skill. I kind of agree with that. I think that makes sense. In the same way that, oh, shit. Actually, it's fine. We can just swap if we get to the... this guy aggro also. In the same way that Guardian's passive, you shouldn't have to do the dodge to get into his passive stance. It should just be his block is your default, this, like, super block thing, you know? That fixed one of the big issues with him, I think. Yeah, at least the thing with Executor is that he is really good. He's a really good character that just doesn't need to use any of his skills ever. Which I don't think is what they were going for, but that's what it is. He's one of the strongest characters, and you just don't want to use any of your skills. So, like, even the big wolf form damage is terrible. No, I like the ultimate too, but I think it's really cool. It should be better than it is. Mainly you shouldn't be able to die out of it, and just maybe turn up the damage a bit, I guess. I don't know. But mostly you shouldn't be able to die out of it, I think. Okay, gotta watch out for this Havel. I wonder if there's a way I can like turn him around or something. This time he just didn't even aggro. All this for reviving? I don't know, man. There are so many better ults for reviving. I don't think I agree with that. It's not terrible, but I can think of like 3 other ults that are much better. 4, 5. I mean, most other ults are better for reviving. Like almost every other ultimate. Like Iron Eye, obviously Revenant and Guardian are the best like revives because it's instant. You have Wilder revive, you have, yeah, the Iron Eye revive, you have, even the Duchess can go invisible and revive, which is better, I think. Yeah, the Roar, yeah, the Roar can be nice. That's true. Okay, we go Bellowing. Roar can be nice, especially when you got the heal on it too, and then you become super tanky. You can still get stunned, unfortunately, but yeah, that's true. I kind of like, I like Executor's ult for the rain. And yeah, it's nice that you get just a full heal. But when you're running through the rain, ultimate is really good because you just dodge and you have so much health. You're just so fast. Executor ult should just leave at 1 HP. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, you should just be left at 1 HP. That's exactly what I was thinking. Or, I mean, or you just come back to the health that you were at when you started the ultimate. Then it would kind of make the heal not a thing anymore. So, yeah, I think you should just stay alive. You should have a chance to survive if you come out of ultimate from damage.
My psychiatrist told me I was crazy and I said I want a second opinion. He said, okay, you're ugly too.
Hellfan, thanks for the 1,000 best, dude. Also, Otaku, thanks for the brand new sub. Osama, thanks for the 4-month resub as well. That's pretty funny. One thing I should maybe do is, I don't know what... Uh-oh. It's fine. I don't know what to do if I miss the jump there. I don't really remember. I thought it was the grass. Oh, you're fucking kidding me, dude. Maybe I should go check my other run and see what I did here, because that's basically just like run ending if that happens. But they didn't aggro at first, I thought. I have 3 hidden bodies. I need... I mean, I guess I could use hidden body here. I have to go see after, I guess. Because that should not be like that. Whoops. Actually fine. Yeah, I'm not doing bingo. I like duo is not my favorite format because I feel like it's a lot less of the normal bingo strategizing. But it's also it's mainly just that I'm gonna be like hard focusing on this run. Also, like bingo, like one thing that's been unfortunate about it is just it's kind of at bad times for me, but %of us won't be playing Dustblood. That's probably true.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
I'm kind of
Just
curious
joined. Is Gina doing bingo?
what, like who at FromSoft is making Dustbloods? Is Miyazaki directing that game? Illithera, thanks for the 100 bits. This randomizer Elden Ring I did before Night Rain. I didn't do it. I died. So. It was level 1. Like, that wasn't an easy run, and yeah, I simply died. So. I simply didn't make it. So. Simply didn't make it. It's actually a really fun run, dude. I think it's just being OP is pretty fun, but I don't know what else it is. It's a fun run, dude. Let's go on Green Wolf. It's a nice route as well. Quite efficient. East versus West tomorrow. Probably I'll probably watch it like after, like once it get posted or something. It's tomorrow. It's on. Today's Thursday, right? Are you sure it's tomorrow? I thought it was normally on like Saturday, but oh dang, it's kind of late too. Yeah, I'll probably just watch it after. The matches get posted. How long does the Elden Ring all bosses route take? It's around 11 hours of in-game time, and I'm saying 11 hours because when I actually did it the first time, it was I think 12. But I'm assuming I'll be more efficient coming back to it. But yeah, 11 or 12 hours. So yeah, it's quite long. Oh, fuck, man. I hate that. I don't know the best way to dodge that still. Alright, pal, give me something. Yeah, because I was looking yesterday. Like, there's not a way to tell which variation of that attack he's doing, right? You just have to react to it. And there, he kind of ran close to me before he did it. It does seem like just rolling and then sprinting is... Like, maybe I should roll and then toggle sprint. Because that is a little bit quicker. Right? Like... Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the further away is the better. But, like, right there, I mean... Got a little close. Yeah, that is probably the... Like, if he is close, that's probably the best chance of dodging it is just... Roll it, toggle sprint after. No, magic is terrible in DS1. Horrible. Not viable. I'm going for the extra challenge. Really bad in this game. Red Tear Stone is also really bad, but I just like to use it to make Miyazaki happy because he put such a useless ring in the game. Full setup is Red Tear Stone, Bellowing. That's it. That's all it is. I mean, the Tin Crystallization Catalyst halves your spell cast for extra damage. I don't know actually how much extra damage, but it's a lot. It's significant. The thing, like, so magic is absolutely bust in this game because it's insanely strong, first of all. Just on its own. It doesn't take any stamina to cast, which is insane. The spell catalyst, like, they don't upgrade. You can't upgrade them. So it's only scaled off of your stats, which is also insanely good because you don't have to worry about any sort of upgrade route at all. Yeah, like, sorcery in this game is... And then, yeah, you just have the most powerful attack in the game, which is Dark Bead, which we get later, so... But it's not like homing Crystal Soul Mass and Crystal Soul Spear is bad or something, right? It's insane. Look at the damage, dude. It trivializes the game. Is that... No way someone just says that Wilder, dude. That's crazy. Getting too old, dude. Maybe I should bring in some soul arrows just in case. Yeah, is that Wilder? That's funny. But yes, it is. That is the Wilder skin. Sorta. Yeah, I should change the split name to Wilder, dude. It's pretty good. I do think I actually do think, like, I don't know if that was a meme or not. It's probably a meme, but I do find it pretty funny when you know, like when I was playing Dark Souls 3 and I'm fighting Nameless King. Like, oh, is this the Night Rain guy? It's pretty funny. In the same way that people are realizing that, like, the, you know, when I fight Asylum Demons, like, this is the Erdtree avatar, dude. How'd you know? Yeah, the one Raider skin's in this game. Yeah, that's true. It's true. Yeah, exactly. And then Vanguard. Yeah, just wait until I play Demon Souls, dude. And I'm actually doing all bosses runs. Oh yeah, the Sun Guardian. Yeah, I guess. Although I actually really do not like the... So, like, I don't like the Guardian... Wait, how many am I done? Is it 4? Okay, I'm actually lucky to reset this. That was not counting. Certainly not too slow. Yeah, doesn't the streamer know he's supposed to go talk to Goff first, dude? Doesn't he know? I've only played the game once and I know that. I much prefer controller for Souls games. But with that being said, mouse and keyboard probably... Well, I'm not going to say it's objectively better, but it is objectively better for a lot of things that I do on especially spell runs. Oops. Such as free aiming. Like there are probably more advantages to mouse and keyboard in Souls games. Especially the newer ones, but that being said, I think controller's more comfortable, and it's also better for like not straight line movement, I guess. And like organic movement or whatever. Straight line movement, definitely mouse and keyboard's much better, but especially in a game like Dark Souls 3, where it's actually kind of hard to walk straight with a controller in that game. Yeah, I've missed so many shots, dude. Probably fine. don't know when I'm going to start Bloodborne. Probably very soon. Although, I mean, I might end up doing a lot of the preparation for it off stream. Which might be disappointing to some people, but that's going to be the most efficient way for me to do it. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe I'll like stream on Discord instead or something. Because there's just so much to learn in that game, dude. For me. Fuck. Nice. I should be free aiming here, probably. Is that? Yeah, whiffing a hit makes the fight drawn out by so much longer, but I should just free aim every shot. The hitboxes with, or just the model on this boss with Soul Spirit does whiff, like, sometimes. So. There it is, Dark Bead. What did somebody ask me the other day? I was like, when are you gonna use your dark beads or something like that? Some weird ass way to say it. When are you getting dark beads? Something like that. Crazy, dude. Yeah, are you gonna use the dark beads? Genuinely wondering how I'll no-hit some Bloodborne dungeon bosses. Well, if you want to see the run, only one person has done it as far as I'm aware. Goes on Ghost is the name. You can search it up. Go find the run. All bosses plus chalices no-hit. Now, I'm still not totally set on doing chalices, but I think I should. I just don't want to commit to something that I haven't even done a single time yet, right? I have no idea what it would look like. I haven't... You know, it's not only that I haven't done no-hit all bosses in Bloodborne plus chalices. I haven't even played the chalices, dude. So I'm not committing to that yet. But I do think it makes sense for me to add chalices to this run, because then it's every single Souls boss, every single one. Yeah, I'm going to do a casual run of Bloodborne, probably. At least to play the chalices for the first time. Yeah, Bloodborne is the... Honestly, out of all the runs, Bloodborne's kind of... Bloodborne and Elden Ring are the ones that scare me right now. Which makes sense, because they're both huge, especially from doing chalice dungeons as well. These other all bosses run DS3, no problem. DS1, no problem. DS2, no problem. Yeah, and I'm not saying that I'll no-hit it every time or something, or that's necessarily easy, but they're not games that are... super intimidating for this run, I guess. At least relative to Bloodborne and Elden Ring, which, you know, Bloodborne's going to be, what, 7 hours maybe? 6, 7 hours? Elden Ring, of course, being around 12. That's big, right? I remember my plan a couple of years ago was I was gonna do trilogy, all like the Souls trilogy, all bosses no hit it. And, you know, at that point in time, the run, that run seemed like, oh, that's, you know, that's a pretty significant run. But now that seems like a joke compared to this, dude. I think I've gotten conditioned for bigger and bigger runs, especially with the Elden Ring ones. You know, like region locked, all bosses no hit in Elden Ring was what, 14 hours or something? 15 hours maybe? Like, that was fucking huge, dude. So I'm being conditioned. You might be wondering why I don't use Bellowing Dragon Crest to cast the Soul Mass here. Because it actually does way too much damage if I do that. And we end up one-shotting the boss with only one cast, which we don't want to do if we want to get a single king, so... On fire, please. Don't you do it. Huh. That's interesting RNG. Rip the one king, I guess. Pretty unusual, though, for him to engage and then back off and then cast. Like, and that's RNG, where if you're doing some kind of melee build or something, or level 1 even, that's where you start to run into some problems. But with like, that's one of the great things about the magic any percent route, especially, is that it negates RNG on 4 kings, which is big. That's why I highly recommend the magic route for several things, but especially 4 kings is really good. You know, other things being... I mean, Ornstein and Smo are maybe a little bit better with magic. They're still pretty rough, though. The Anor Londo running section with magic's really nice, too. Remember the hand lock on death yeah, against Fire Giant? Yeah, that was pretty bad. But you know what? Like, part of the difficulties I had on that region locked run, I got the run fairly fast, but some of the difficulties on that run were due to me not doing the meta route. I specifically didn't want to go with the meta route when I did region locked because I just thought it'd be more fun, which it was. You know, using the Zweihander and, you know, basically no magic. So mission accomplished, but yeah, you know, that Fire Giant hit is basically a direct result of that. I mean, I messed up. So that's maybe the first problem. But yeah, if I'm going Blood Fiend Arm Fire Giant or Iron Ball Fire Giant, that it's much harder to mess that up. But I definitely don't regret it. I do not regret going with that build for it because it was really good, first of all, but it was also, it just made it more fun to not just do the exact same kind of build. The Faith Blood Fiend Arm run, you know? How's it going, Brie? How's the bingo practice going? Pretty sure with Hidden Body, I can take a very close line to this guy. So I cast it there. Aussie Attack, thanks for the 2-year resub. Thanks so much, dude. Stefan, thanks for the 2-month Prime sub as well. Got your DS3 no hit with Pyro. Oh, congrats, dude. Yeah, what did you do all bosses? Because if it wasn't, then I would highly recommend Pyro all bosses. Very fun route. If it was all bosses, then I just do what I did. Just go Miracle, go Sorcery. Those are all pretty fun runs to do. I haven't started on yet. The season has variable squares. So instead of kill X number of Y, it'll be kill X plus 1, 2, 3. I don't understand that. I don't get it. Oh, you're saying so it's not the same every time. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. I just don't really... The duo bingo is not my favorite. And the simple reason for it is I feel like it takes away... It's not that there's not strategy in it, but it's... No, it's not. It's not because you were my partner, but... No, if anything, that was better, but... The strategy and the opponent tracking that you do in your head in duo bingo just it almost doesn't exist. It's just almost not possible to do. Whereas when you're doing solo bingo, it's still tough, right? It's still a skill to be able to know what's happening or have a very good guess as to what your opponent is doing, but it's not basically impossible, you know? At least for most of us. But yeah. So I like that aspect of it a lot, and I think it kind of, you know, takes that away, but... Yeah, for most of us. Yeah. Doesn't do what the people want. That is very true. Yeah, I don't do what the people want, for the most part. Remember my thoughts on Remnant 2's final boss? I remember him being pretty cool, right? It's the big flying guy. Yeah, almost like that above water, dude, yeah. Almost. Almost like there was a reason for that. But anyways, I thought I remembered him being pretty cool, but maybe he was really easy, though. I did play that game duo, so I'm not sure if that was why, but... I thought he was pretty cool. Remnant 2 is a really good game, dude. It was really fun. Quite enjoyed playing that. I haven't played the original, but at least the second one was good. Imagine putting on the Calamity ring instead of the the fire ring. Yeah, I remember quite liking him, and I quite liked that game overall. Like there wasn't really much about that game that I disliked. Thought it was pretty fun. And if we're counting that as a Souls-like game, that is definitely like one of my top ones for sure. It's definitely got Souls-like elements to it, but I think the guns kind of make it a little different. How would Night Rain Bingo work? It actually would work. You the Night Rain randomizer, you're able to actually set seeds for it, and then that's how you do it. So you have, you know, someone finds a seed, and you have squares that are based on that seed, things that are actually possible, and then that's how you do it. I don't know if it'd be that fun, but that's how it would work. Any VODs of Remnant 2 playthrough? I don't know. I feel like that was before I started streaming on YouTube, so if that's the case, then no. Yeah, I that was definitely before, so unfortunately, no. That's been the best. Like, honestly, the best thing about streaming on YouTube is just having my streams being there forever. That is so nice, dude. It's too bad that I wasn't able to do that before. Yeah, my Liza P playthrough's gone. Yeah, that Remnant 2 playthrough's gone. A lot of things. I mean, I've streamed for 8 years, dude. And when you think about it, probably 99.9% of my streams are just gone. The successful no-hit runs, you know, those would be probably highlighted for the most part. Not all of them, though, because I'm lazy and I don't highlight some of my runs. But yeah, all the PvP's gone. Thanks to Twitch for that. AoE damage from Smelter. Yeah, that's definitely a hit. Although, like, we had some meme discussions at one point about not counting it to make it more fun, but it's definitely a hit. I mean, no way around that being a hit. It's a damage from an enemy, so it would make the fights a lot more fun if they didn't count. But that's, I mean, not exactly how it works. But yeah, my rating of Remnant would be, I think the gameplay is really fun. Some of the areas weren't my favorite. I would say it's a solid 6.25 or something. Like, I did quite enjoy the game. Yeah, well, I don't know if my rating scale is weird, but it's harsh, I guess. Which, again, I explained yesterday. I would rather have a ranking or a rating scale on 1 to 10 of, you know, a bunch of... Don't you fuck me, dude. I got fucked. I actually don't, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. And I don't think I made a save either. Well, maybe it is time to look into that other strat, I guess. Because, yeah, that was not good. I don't actually know if that's ever happened to me before. on him. Like, that's not a common occurrence for you to just have, like, nowhere to go. My last save was 20 minutes ago. So... Okay, well, that's... I can load a save from the other run, maybe. And we're gonna get a one-hit run on Bed of fucking Chaos, dude. And it's not even like I wasn't paying attention this time. I actually was, but I just got fucking cornered, dude. Yeah, there's another strat that I guess I should look into where you basically just gun it and then it's somehow safe. I don't know exactly, but... But I don't, like, I don't really know what I was meant to do there. I'm just gonna try to find the save here. Bed of Chaos, worst boss of all time. Pretty bad, yeah. I'm gonna have to find like an explanation of this other strat, but I know there's like a green blossom used. And like it was precise for some reason. Like I don't understand it fully. Yeah, it's easy when you don't get the attack, right? Because it's all about the Firestorm. That's this whole entire thing revolves around Firestorm. And the problem is if you just gun it like that every time and you get Firestorm, it's very possible to get smoked. The idea with the strat that it was apparently that like somehow it worked. Like I don't know how, but let's go, Marshall. Let's try where you go down the branch immediately instead of waiting on the side. I haven't seen that. That sounds better to me. So how does this work then? Am I too far? Or is why is he not doing anything? Is that a thing? This garbage attack, dude. Am I supposed to go, like, through the branches at that point? It's just such a garbage attack, dude. It's actually crazy. Okay, don't go too early. Okay, I see, I see. Yeah, this sounds just like a straight up better version. Just have a lot more space. Maybe, I wonder if I waited maybe a little too long there. Like there was one that seemed like it spawned under there or something. Okay, so if he just sits here, do I just wait down here or do I bait out an attack? Because I guess if I go ahead and bait out an attack, then nice. I guess the thing is, a strat like this, like the strat I used before, I don't think I've ever gotten hit like that before, but like, so it's very high percentage. This should be higher based on what it looks like. I wonder if there's some meme where it can, you know, if you don't time it right or something, it like spawns right here when you're trying to run past. Yeah, this does seem pretty nice. And yeah, it just does the attack more. Sevenler, how's it going, dude? Yeah, that's nice, dude. Okay, seems simple enough. Yeah, thanks, Marshall, dude. It's big. I wish I'd known that like 5 minutes ago. But okay. Yeah, because I definitely I don't know about that other strat. I think there was some explanation I saw at one point about why it works, but a little sketchy. Dr. Dude, thanks for the good luck, dude. This route is looking really good, though. It's just Ornstein and Smo, that's it. But there's no question they are made a bit easier with Soul Mass. So surely that means we can put DS1 as like the 5th game or something, dude. I mean, I guess if Elden Ring's gonna be 6, Demon Souls would be 5 in that case. And then like DS1 4? It makes sense to me. Is this a problem? Fuck. I guess, okay. I guess I need to stay like 3 away there. Kind of forgot about that. Very balanced spell. This is where Loretta and Gideon learned who to spam from. Learned how to spam. Yeah, I mean, Loretta's probably worse. And Gideon has got to be worse than that, too. At least Gwendolyn, you can get close. You know. Yeah, as long as we can consistently get past Ornstein the Spell on this run, like we should pretty much just no hit this every time, unless there are just like more strats I'm doing that are maybe not 100%, or oh, I probably hidden body there normally. Whoops. Hopefully it's fine that I use the Crystal Soul Spear there. I wonder if a Soul Mass would work on this guy. Or if I should, maybe I should just use this one. Kind of figured it wouldn't. Watching a Sekiro hater. Yeah, dude, I hate that game. Terrible game. Horrendous game. No, that's a joke, yes. Because I always talk about how much I like that game, but I just... I don't think it doesn't really fit in this Souls run, you know? So the meme is that I hate the game, but I actually don't hate the game. Yeah, you can get soft locked by one-shotting her, but there's also a fix for it. There's a mod that fixes that bug. No idea if Team Hitless allows that, but I do. Yeah, the moan fix, yeah. I said something crazy yesterday. I was like, I installed the Priscilla moan fix or something like that. It's just a crazy thing to say. I like it, but I don't play it. I don't have an insane amount of hours in Sekiro, but I have around it's like 500 or so. So it's not like I don't play it ever. Well, I haven't played it in a few years, but yeah, it's not like not like I have 45 hours in the game or something. It's relatively to the, you know, to Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, it's low, but I guess probably ideally these are swapped. Probably should have two-handed also. Insane one hit to Bed of Chaos run. I can safely say that's the first time I've done that. But yeah, like I said, though, this red is looking really good. It doesn't actually matter that I get the run right now. I'm assuming we're going to do another run just for more practice and stuff, but I probably will no-hit this game a few times before I finish the run, so... Yeah, DS1 all boss is pretty... At least with this route is pretty fucking simple, dude. Yeah, I think game 4 makes sense for it, I think. Maybe DS3 game 3? Bloodborne game 1. DS2? I mean, DS2 is good, though. Bloodborne game 1 for sure, because I'm gonna suck at that, dude. At least at the start, just because I've barely played it. Or who knows? Maybe the red's going to be super consistent, and chalices simply won't be a problem if, you know... Oh, shit. How did this guy grow? I'm actually doing them. Maybe it'll be simple, dude. When am I going to plan writing for Bloodborne? Probably this week. Yeah, I was saying I should probably do that sooner rather than later because... I don't want to spend 2 months, which I easily could, like practicing that and doing Chalice and all that stuff, without playing Dark Souls 3 or DS1. And then I have to come back to the runs and kind of just do a little de-rest on them. I'd rather not do that. Or at least, I mean, I guess if I learn all of the, or if I de-rest on all the games first, and then do Bloodborne, then, you know, it's highly possible that I get rusty at the other games, right? So... Okay. 211 again. Like, maybe this route's slower than I thought, dude. I thought it was, No, you know what? I loaded a save file, so that's probably why. No, I think it should be about an hour 50. I think. Yeah, hard game. Yeah, I mean, aside from Demon Souls, I can safely say this is the easiest all bosses run. So, yeah, not much work has to be done here. Like, just magic is so busted, and then, like, the game being old, bosses are simpler, all that stuff. Really just about remembering the ring swaps when I need to. There are certain sections I need to remember slumbering and bog ring and to take it off and all that stuff. Suggest de-resting at least Demon Souls and DS2 first. I don't get what you mean. Like, the reason I'm saying I should do Bloodborne as soon as possible is because if I do de-rust DS2, Demon Souls, and Elden Ring, let's say, the rest of the games, and then I spend 2 or 3 months on Bloodborne, then I don't think it'll take that long, but if I spend a bunch of time on Bloodborne, then that'll be a lot of time without, you know, potentially without playing the games that I already de-rusted on, right? So that's what I'm trying to avoid. So I think ideally I would have done Bloodborne first. And at that point, there wouldn't have been any significant delays. Because when I was doing the God Run 3, you know, on a certain day, I would just practice, you know, 3 or 4 of the games. And I would kind of just keep doing that. But, and that's what I'd like to do for this as well, but if I'm, you know, learning a huge amount of stuff from Bloodborne, and, you know, I won't want to... I'd rather just kind of focus on one thing at a time if I'm learning something like that. If you see what I'm saying? Bloodborne, that long game that it takes months to finish a run. Well, I've only done Bloodborne 90%. I barely played the game. And I think Bloodborne all bosses I can get pretty fast. Especially there's some good routes out there, and I don't really need to know tons about the game to get that run. Also pretty quick. The thing that I'm suspecting will take several times longer than getting just Bloodborne all bosses no-hit is with chalices as well. Which I'm thinking I will include. Not certain yet, but I think it would make sense. Because at that point, if I include chalices, then I'm literally doing every single, like, Soulsborne plus Elden Ring boss. Every single one. So... I think chalices should be in the run, but Chalices are... I don't know much about them. All I know is that Ghost's run was like 6.5 hours or something. I don't know. I think it adds significant amounts of content to the Bloodborne run. And so that's what I'm thinking is going to take a while. Especially because I've never even fought the Chalice bosses before. I've only done... like, I've done Bloodborne all bosses once. Not no hit or anything, like just beating them. My first playthrough, I did BL4 no buffs. So, this was many years ago now, though. But... you know, I learned the boss decently well. And I did that. But it was a while ago, so I'm just gonna have to... go back in the memory bank, dude. Yeah, the Chalice running sections, yeah. I think that's... I don't know, I'm concerned about the whole thing, but... yeah, we'll see. I'm sure it'll be really fun, though. Surely. Yeah, my time in the Souls games is not very well spread out at this point in time. Elden Ring and DS3 I've played by far the most, and then after that it kind of drops off big. DS2 I've played a good amount as well. Then after that it's like I don't know. I don't have much time in this game either. So I played a lot of DS3. What are Demon Souls? What do you mean by that? Yeah, Demon Souls all bosses is just as easy as this run. Probably it's probably easier. It's such a straightforward game on the meta route. So many like cheeses you can do. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's so consistent that when I was doing God Run 3, I was confident having it as game 6, which is the second to last game, despite only having about 100 hours in the game. Which is pretty insane, right? Because Dark Souls 3, a game that I have almost 6,000 hours in, I put as like game 4 or something, you know? But yeah, I was very confident in Demon Souls being good. Hardest part about Demon Souls would be Balls King Alant, but you can just cheese him, though, is the problem. But even then, even if you can't cheese him, he's still very straightforward. As long as you stay parallel with the walls, that's the key. Or parallel, like you want to, the imaginary line between you and him needs to be parallel with the wall at all times. And if you do that, it's simple. The first few times I was running Demon Souls, I didn't actually know that, and I wasn't cheesing him. Night Rain be possible to fit in the God Run? Nah, it's a totally different game. It doesn't make any sense. No, I really do not want to play Night Rain and do no hit on it. I mean, even playing Night Rain right now, I have no desire to play it at all. I'm basically done with the game. I'll come back for the Everdarks, but I've been disappointed like 4 times in a row now. Could be a good shot. Really, that's fine. His head is fully in the ladder. Didn't even give it a try. Wait, are you talking about Night Rain? Or what are you talking about? Surely you're not talking about Night Rain. Benson, by the way, thanks for the brand new prompts. If I didn't say thanks for that, dude. I have like 300 hours in Night Rain, dude. I did put a lot of time in that game for what it is. Right, and there were the 2 tournaments that I did, which were honestly the highlight of playing the game because it was fun to figure out the strats right when right when I got access to the game. And I wish there were more maps and stuff to do that on, but there just aren't, and that's kind of the problem. Opinion on Golem Halberd? It's a pretty good weapon. It's a little heavy, but Serpent Hunter R2, very respectable. Yeah, 300 hours, not even a chance, dude. But no, I obviously got my money's worth out of the game and stuff. But and it's a solid game. It just I'm basically done with it at this point.
Don't get
I'm honestly very surprised how well Night Rain did. Like, it's obviously a good thing, I guess, but I didn't think, and especially I played it early access for about like a week or so before the game came out because of that tournament. And I was playing the game. I was like, okay, this is actually more fun than I thought, first of all. But then I didn't think it would have as much kind of like mainstream appeal as it did, because it's got over 5 million sales, right? Which is that's way more than I thought. Pretty insane. But it's that Elden Ring title, dude. Yeah, that is what I've been saying. I think it has / had potential to be top tier roguelike game. But the fundamental problem is the non-randomness. And last night when I came back to play for the Everdark was a good example of that too, right? Because what happened yesterday, one of the things that I was kind of complaining about, I do the Everdark, I get a certain seed, I do another run after in a trio, exact same seed. Exact same one. And so it's just, I know what's coming, it's just not, like, I already know what's coming, right? I already know the castle's in the center, right? All that stuff, but yeah, I get the same seed. So I know the night bosses, I know where each boss is, I know where the chests are, like, it's a huge problem, dude, I think. And if the randomization was actually existent, then I would probably still be playing the game right now, I'm guessing. But I guess that's also not to say that, 300 hours in a game like that, especially a $40 game, that's pretty damn good, dude. That's very good. So I'm not, sure, I'm kind of complaining, but I'm not saying it's a shit game. It's a good game, but yeah, that's just my opinion on it. This run different from God Run? It's the same idea, but just bigger. Yeah, dude, DS2 Master Run. Well, okay, not DS2 Master Run, but definitely a run I have to get back to at some point. And maybe I will before I start attempting this multi-game run is, yeah, the DS2 level 1 plus 0 for sure. Like, I routed that run a long time ago. There's so many runs. I actually don't know why I did this so often. But runs I routed that I just never did. Or and even in the case of that run, I think I ended up getting like a 2-hit run on the baseline. Oh, this is not what you want. I forget why that can happen. I don't remember, because I remember that happening and it being a problem, but I don't remember why. Yeah, I especially I used to do that so often. Maybe I still kind of do. I've never been to therapy. Why? Are you suggesting I need it or something, or what? Yeah, I guess the routing being more fun than doing it, maybe. It also could have just been that I didn't, you know, at that point in time, I didn't have nearly as much time to just sit down and play Dark Souls all day. So that could also be it. And so, you know, if I had like several ideas and things I wanted to do, then I kind of had to pick. So just being able to do all of it, right?
Splendid.
Great Soul Arrow.
All right.
Anything FromSoft will release in Night Rain 2? Nah, that's not the way to do it. What I'm hoping for is that they continually update the game and make it better. I think that'd be ideal. That's what they should do. Again, who knows? Maybe 2 years from now, the game looks totally different and it's insanely good, right? It'd be pretty cool. Subal, have a good one, dude. Would be my only complaint to FromSoft. I don't know, dude. I wouldn't have... I mean, sure, I have a lot of tiny little things that I could complain about, but if someone was genuinely asking me that at FromSoft, like, oh, what is the one thing you could change? I don't know what it would be. Yeah, maybe fire deflection in Elden Ring, sure, but even that's a pretty small thing overall. I can't really think of much. Yeah, NPC, sure, NPC bosses suck. Yeah. But it's just, overall, in the grand scheme of things, they basically do everything very well. You know, a lot of my complaints are based around, like, no hit runs and, you know, certain attacks being absolute trash. Hello? I thought I was gonna fucking miss that, dude. Yeah, okay, sure. The quests, yeah, the quests are pretty bad. The quests in Souls games, I think in the older Souls games, it works much better. Or it's more excusable, right? The DS1 quests, sure. But then, you know, as the games go on, it kind of gets more and more dated, and then add in an open world game in the totally unchanged quest design, you have a recipe for absolute garbage, dude. And sure, maybe the stories for the quests are cool, but I mean, you can't do this because part of why the quests in Dark Souls worked okay, I don't think it's great, but they worked okay, is because you're playing a more linear game. We're actually gonna stumble upon people in a more intended order. But then you have an open world where just you have no idea where people are going, and you talk to someone, they teleport away, you just never see them again. Like, it's crazy. Like, oh, I guess that guy I just never see again. Like, oh, too bad. I already explored that part of the open world before I moved them. So now I just never will find them again, you know? Too bad for me. Every FromSoft quest ends with the person dying. Yeah, but that's not actually a problem, right? I mean, that's how these games are. They're all dead and everything's dead, and that's how it is. Just try safer than going backwards and shooting. It's easier. The reason that I did that, you know, like walking back strat before is because I actually thought, I didn't think it was safe to do what I'm doing right now, which it actually is. As long as you're point blank, it's safe. If you're kind of like slightly farther back than the spider's head, it's not safe anymore, because if you go look at, we actually got it during that fight. When Roguelike does the sword combos and you interrupt, she will continue the combo. And so it makes her head move around. And if you're too far away, you will miss, and then it's no good. But if you're absolutely, like if you're right point blank, then it's fine. Kind of like the Elden Ring DLC quests. I think I actually did manage to do all the quests, didn't I? I think the only one I missed was maybe the more quest, because I honestly couldn't figure out what to do for that downed the downed Kindred of Rot. Because I tried a bunch of heal spells, it didn't work, and then I was like, oh, I'll just come back to this later, and I never did. But yeah, the DLC quests probably work better than the base game ones, so I think. Yeah, I agree. I think Elden Ring base game is better. Overall. I'll say it. I've said it several times, but I really do not think Elden Ring needed a DLC. I've noticed how to replay. I'm kind of the same. I'm maybe not no desire, but I like the bosses that are in there. It just, yeah. I mean, I've had this discussion 1,000 times, so we don't need to do it again, but yeah, my desire to replay the DLC is much smaller than the base game. Even still, even though I've played the base game so much. And the last thing I'll say is that a good amount of the reason for that is fragments. that's part of it. It's a big part of it. Actually much more fun to replay the DLC when I just give myself the blessing levels instead. Ball control. Yeah, but don't get me wrong, though. The DLC still is great. I don't think it really needed it, dude. And I was talking before about the size of the game. I'm not going to go into some big talk about it again, but it's... I mean, you could easily argue Elden Ring base game was too big, which is fair. But at least for me personally, this isn't trying to be objective or anything. The base game, when I, doing all bosses runs felt good. It was a pretty reasonable amount of length for me. But with the DLC, it feels way too long. And then one thing that really gets me as well is I don't mind having to do, especially for casual runs, doing the setup in Elden Ring I actually find quite fun to do. Getting the upgrade materials, going into, getting bell bearings, stuff like that. Maybe spell builds, you go get your spells, you go get your physic tiers, all that. I think that's pretty fun. Forgot to set up red tier stone. But the problem I have with the DLC is that I gotta do it. I kind of have to do it again once I get there, but in a less fun way. I guess I should have jumped there. Whoops. Maybe I should just go rest. And the reason it's less fun is because it's not dependent on the type of build I'm doing. The upgrade path doesn't change based on somber smithing stone routes, or if I'm going mage, potentially I'm going meteorite staff, so I don't even need to upgrade. There's no variation in it at all. It's the same every time. I'm gonna go I'm going to go to this cross. I'm going to pick up the fragment. I'm going to run across the bridge, go to the next fragment, pick that one up. And then I'm going to go in front of Bellarat and then pick up that one. And then I'm going to go through that bat cave and, you know, kill some random trash mob and then get another one. And then, like, it's the same every time. Very tedious. And not rewarding because there's no... Like I said, there's not, like, the satisfaction of creating a good build doesn't exist because it's just some number going up. It's the same for every character, right? So that's it. I said I wasn't going to talk about it that much, but here I am ranting about it. But now, again, I'm not saying on a first playthrough, I'm not saying that on a first playthrough it doesn't work better than that, because it definitely does. My first playthrough, I thought it was perfectly fine. I still would change how it works. But yeah, I'm talking strictly for replayability, which is what I do, right? I thought I rested. But you know what? This guy doesn't care about resting. I kind of forgot about that. Average Sekiro hater? No, you know what? Like, Sekiro actually does it much better. But I think you kind of have to keep in mind that the purpose of the system in Sekiro isn't the same as it is in Elden Ring. It's not... Like, I think what they were going for with fragments was to recreate the exploration... Like to give you a reason to explore the game, especially when you're stuck on a boss, you can explore and get stronger. I think that was the point. Sekiro, it's a totally different point. It works great in Sekiro because you kill a main boss, you get more attack. That's how it is. And the beads work very well because you look around, you find them. It's totally different when you're talking about an RPG versus an action game. I think it works, like, I think it's perfect in Sekiro, basically. That's great. But it's not the same. Yeah, Sekiro's a FromSoft game. Yeah, it's not a in the Souls. Like I don't. It's not a Souls-like game because it's just like a pure action game, right? Souls games are action RPGs. Pretty big distinction. Yeah, Sekiro. Like I was saying this yesterday. Sekiro is nearly a perfectly executed game. I think. Nearly perfectly executed. Yeah, there's not really a use in comparing Sekiro to the Sekiro mechanics to the Souls mechanics, as it is different. And so the way the attack power system works in Sekiro, I think, works great. And I literally have zero complaints. I would have zero suggestions on things to change because I think it's basically perfect. Fragment system, not even close to the same. In a different type of game, similar idea, I guess, right, where you just get overall attack and stuff and defense in this case, but. Yeah, people suggesting they drop from bosses. Here, the problem with, well, depending on what you mean by that, like, I think a lot of people were suggesting that they should drop from main bosses, just like they do in Sekiro, but the problem with it is, at that point, there's almost no point in having it, first of all. But I mean, it's not that there's no point, I guess. There's still progression. Like, it would still make sense. But I think the big problem with doing it that way is the whole point of the fragments, like I was saying earlier, at least I believe, is to give the players a reason to explore. And then if they're stuck on something, explore, get stronger, come back. That's what I think that's the point of it. And if you just put it behind main bosses, then it totally doesn't tick that box, I guess, right? I just, if they wanted to keep fragments in the game, I think a good change would be, I mean, they're obviously not going to do it, but a better system if you still wanted to have the fragments in the game. First of all, one of the main problems I have with them is how damn strong they are. They're way too strong. You get plus, what is it, 100% attack at maximum and like plus 80 at level 12 or something, like something crazy. That's insanely high. And so because it's so high, you are essentially forcing players to go get it, which I'm not a big fan of. Like in that, you know, the fragment power increase is bigger than almost anything else, or I mean, maybe it is just bigger than anything else in Souls games. Like even weapon upgrading and leveling up your character is not as strong. It's close, but I mean, weapon upgrading eventually, like weapon upgrading in combination with leveling is of course stronger, but anyway, so yeah, it's really strong. So I would personally tone down the numbers significantly. I think at the soft cap of, you know, the blessing levels, I would make it probably somewhere around 30% attack and maybe 15% defense. And at that point, you're seeing a big improvement in your character's strength. And you know what? Like maybe even just have that continue to the base game as well, because why not, right? Why the hell not? Yeah, so something like 30% attack and 15% defense. So that's number one. And then I would put the fragments not behind a bunch of shit enemies that are just randomly, like some random trash mob that you kill and he's like, oh, he's got a fragment. That's great. Put them behind optional bosses is what I would do. And that way there's actually a reason to go kill them. And, yeah, they're not just random places, because that is one of the problems with the fragments, is that it's just, oh, here's this random trash mob that drops this invaluable item that I need because it gives me so much defense and so much attack. So yeah, put them behind the optional bosses in the DLC, and then you get kind of both things. Exploration part, you're finding bosses, you're getting stronger, and the placement makes more sense. And then if you reduce the power, of them, then like part of what I don't like about it is that it does feel like it's required because it's so strong. So if they're not as strong, it doesn't feel like it's as required, but players who explore will still have much stronger builds than players who don't. And let's say I'm doing, if I'm doing an all bosses no hit run in Elden Ring, my character will be considerably stronger if I'm doing, if I'm doing an all bosses playthrough of the DLC, my character will be considerably stronger than if I just do a DLC percent or something. And if I'm just trying to beat Consort, my character would be a lot weaker. And I kind of like that, but not to a point where it's just insane. I'm taking, double damage and I deal half the damage, right? So yeah, that's what I think I would do if I kept them in. I wouldn't keep them in. If it was my choice, there's no way I'd keep them in, dude. What the fuck? How? Was he behind me? Surely I'm not dead. My god, dude. What the hell? Okay, so if he was behind me there, then that's a thing I should have been paying attention to, but was he actually behind me? How did he get in here? He must have, but he didn't drop though. How is that possible? I don't see how that's possible. Unless maybe when he was following me, he just decided that... Okay, I'm going to need to do something about that guy. He just decided that he was going to walk down into that area. Yeah, I've never seen that either. I've run this route quite a few times. I've never seen that. I mean, I've certainly seen him follow me, but not like that. Essentially forcing exploration. Yeah, and you know what? It's funny because if you say that, like say you say that on Twitter or something, you will get absolutely mobbed by a bunch of people that have only done a single playthrough of the game and will be like, oh, God forbid you have to explore in a game where you're meant to explore, right? Like I've seen that so many times, actually. It's kind of funny. It's not like that's not obviously a good justification, but yeah, I do agree that that is definitely one of the problems, is that it's too strong. Way too strong. Yeah, and there is actually... I don't mind people... I mean, yeah, obviously everyone can have their own opinion on stuff in the fragment system as well, but what kind of concerns me is that I think online the opinions of fragments are so... Like, I don't know if it's just like a few people that are really loud about it that really enjoy it or something, but I'm kind of concerned that they're going to do that again in another Souls game or something. Because the feedback has been... Like, so many people just, they're like, oh, it is the best thing about the DLC is the fragments. Like, dude, that's crazy. It's actually insane to say that. Surely they won't do that. Yeah, I don't mind liking them, but I mean, saying it's the best system of any game of all time is obviously not even close to true and has tons of problems. If you're looking at it more objectively, it has tons of problems. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. I would argue it's bad, but I've seen dozens of people say it's their favorite thing about the DLC, or one of their favorite things is the fragment system. I've seen that numerous times. But I'm also not, I'm not, I said I wasn't going to talk about this much, but here I am. But I'm not saying it's the worst thing of all time. And I also recognize that a lot of the reason why I dislike it so much is because I replay the game a lot. And there's no question it hurts the replayability of the DLC. So yeah, I'm gonna hate it more than someone who only plays the game once. And like I said earlier, I think on a single playthrough of the DLC, it's not too bad. There's still issues with it, of course, and I think you know, the fundamental issue is that you have an overall attack power, like overall character upgrade in an RPG that has no choice in the matter, right? It's just numbers going up, which I think is bad. But aside from that, like the replayability aspects I'm talking about being bad, it doesn't affect most players anyways. So I recognize that, but you know, it's still not ideal despite that. Raiden, thanks for the 55-month Prime sub, dude. How did FromSoft make DLC with no fragments so many times before? Well, they just didn't have them. Simply. They just had scaling of the DLC just as if it wasn't even a DLC, just like additional parts of the game. And that was pretty much it. I guess there is good reason to have additional scaling in the DLC because it's so huge in Elden Ring, right? It's so gigantic that they probably just felt it'd be weird to not progress your character, especially because, you know, even just playing the Elden Ring base game, you get to a really high level if you do everything you can. You know, easily level 200 plus, maybe 220. Well, okay, maybe 220 is a little high, but you get to an insanely high level to a point where you don't even have really a build anymore. You just have everything. So it makes sense why they wanted to do that. for that much content, but I honestly think it might have been better if there was just nothing. No additional scaling, you just keep leveling your character. Consider using engine for fragments for the first few runs. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think most of my casual runs that I'm going to do, like the weapon-only runs, all that stuff, I'm just going to give myself the levels. It's much more fun replaying the DLC like that. Definitely. Elden Ring project is focused entirely on exploration, even force players to do it. Well, I don't think the base game is like that. The DLC, though, is. But I do think that's a big part of it. And you should, I mean, you should explore you should have a good open world to explore. I think the base game, sure, it definitely doesn't do a perfect job. And part of the problem is the rewards and areas and stuff. But open world like the base Elden Ring, I think is decent. It's pretty good. It's the DLC where it feels like they are forcing it to happen. A bit more. And I guess they did also make the change, right? They kind of conceded a little bit when they made the fragments scaling a lot different. Because when the DLC came out, like, I don't think there was any soft cap. Like, I think it was pretty much a linear increase in attack power and defense all the way up until 20 fragments, right? So that's basically meaning that if you're someone who didn't get level 20 blessing on consort, you were going to have a significantly harder time, right? So in that case, yeah, it, like, actually is forcing exploration. Which, I guess, just in my mind, your game should be worth exploring. If it's going to be an open world game, in the scope of, or as big as a game like Elden Ring, then it should be worth exploring just on its own. Shouldn't have to have something like that to force players to do it. I may have to kill this guy first. The whole point of the South Peninsula in the base game is for people that are struggling with the main path to explore. Yeah, you're right. And it's great. I think it does a great job of that, dude. You know, you get powerful items. You know, you kill some easy bosses, get some money. Like, if you go all the way to the castle and get Grafted Blade, like, that's big. It's a really good weapon. Like, that's more of a natural way to do what. Like that I don't know. That's what they were trying to recreate in the DLC. I think it just doesn't work with how they did it. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, that's right there is basically the beauty of an open world game. You could do that in a linear Souls game, but most of the Souls games, you kind of have, like, direct roadblocks. Which I think is fine. That's fine. It's just a different way to do it. Yeah, that is one of the great things about Elden Ring, though, I think. Okay, so last time this guy didn't die, and I have no idea how. Have it so if you've beaten the DLC once, even on new runs. Nah, it doesn't really solve the problem. For me, fragments would have to be basically removed. I wonder if I have time to cast Homing Soul Mass on this buttress instead. DLC armor upgrades. Sure. Like, that would be better, I think. Yeah, just in my mind, in the Souls games, in an RPG, anything that makes you make a choice is better. Where do I shoot this from normally? Yeah, and I guess especially for me too, is one of the things that I like the most about these games, which you can probably tell, is routing runs, right? Routing runs and coming up with builds and figuring out pathways through the game to most kind of efficiently or optimally set up the builds for runs like this. That's actually my favorite thing to do in these games overall. And yeah, fragments just totally make that not a thing anymore. I mean, sure, you can consider what order of fragments you pick up, but there's no variation. It doesn't depend on your build. There's nothing like that. Just the same every time. Once you figure out the best path for fragments, it'll be the exact same every time. Make a save. So yeah, what convergence mod? I don't think this is the perfect solution necessarily. I haven't really thought about it too much, but at least last time I played convergence, what they do is they make it so that there are new weapon upgrade materials called like just like shadow upgrade, or like I forget exactly what it's called. But so you basically upgrade your weapon to plus, I think, was it 25? And so, yeah, although I don't think maybe that's a perfect solution, at least you're making a choice. You're making a choice, which I think is important. You're kidding me, dude. See, when I say Ornstein and Smo is easier with magic than melee, you'd be like, oh, that's crazy. How are they not much easier with magic? This is how. That right there is how. Soul Mass is... The reason I have to use Soul Mass, first of all, is because Ornstein just dodges everything. If I try to use a Soul Arrow on him, he just dodges it. And Soul Mass has an absolute mind of its own. And you know what? Yeah, like, I think all of what I'm saying as well, the fragments and them feeling the need to have additional scaling in the DLC, it all comes back to what I was saying earlier. Elden Ring with the DLC is too big. I think plus 25, it's a lot for the base game, but honestly, the biggest problem I have with the plus 25, it's fine. Or sorry, I guess I said plus 25 for Convergence. I think it was plus 30 or something. But... The only problem I really had with that, with smithing stone weapons, is just how many materials you needed. There's just too many, which they could have just reduced that. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, it works fine in the base game, but if yeah, the game was too big and they felt the need to add additional scaling because it was so big, and they didn't know what to do, I guess. Doesn't that reduce the weapons you use? What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're responding to. No, but the cheaper upgrade materials are, and the fewer of them you need, it encourages more weapon. It encourages the use of more weapons. The great thing about DS2 it goes 1, 2, 3 for each stone type. And so you can just upgrade a boatload of weapons in that game and just try out a bunch of stuff. Which is quite fun. What if instead of fragments, they change the soft hard caps once you enter the DLC? Of stats? Huh. Never thought about that. Not sure how that would work. Well, I guess I could see how it would work, but how would that be communicated to the player? That's interesting though. Yeah, that solved the scaling problem, and then you're getting a bunch of money in the DLC, so you just... Yeah, I don't know. Interesting idea. Best dialogue in the game.
All right. Damn. Oh.
Yeah, I sell slumbering because we get another one. Yeah, best dialogue in a game. Yeah, true. Tiny, thanks for the Burning Prime sub, by the way, dude. Sorry I missed that. Name the problem you have with each of the DLCs FromSoft put out? Dude, the people who say that I only complain are maybe right. Like, you play these games, but all you do is complain about them. And now someone's asking me to complain about each one. I don't really have many problems with the other DLCs, dude. I mean, I guess I have small things, but it's only small things. I think out of all the Souls DLCs, definitely Shadow of the Erdtree is the one that I have the biggest problem with. But it's also because they made kind of like the boldest choice out of all of them. All the other Souls DLCs are just continuations. They're basically just doing the same thing, but even better for the most part. Like, sure, you have Half-Light and you have Grave Tender, and, you know, not every boss is perfect. But it's not like some glaring thing, so... That's how it works. That's why Destiny 2 is such a meme for that, because so many players have like 2,000 plus hours. Only thing they do is complain. Yeah. Well, I'm not, I mean, I guess I'm complaining, but I'm also giving, I'm not just saying there are problems with stuff without saying how, or what I would change about it to make it better, at least. Yeah, I have so many hours playing these games, dude, that I you know, like, it makes for interesting conversation, first of all. Yeah, I've said before, I've talked about what are very good about the game several times, and it's just not as interesting to talk about because there's no input I can give. It's just like, oh, yep, this, you know, like, oh, Artorias is a really good boss. You know, he's really good because he's got a good moveset, and His design's really cool. That's pretty much it. I don't have any suggestion or anything. There's no conversation really to be had about it because it's just really good. Oh shit, I almost didn't heal. Yeah, tough fight, dude. You know what? People meme about Pinwheel and stuff, but there were some... I remember a route that, like, Colmer doesn't stream anymore, but he used to run DS1 a lot. There was a route he did where he did, like, +0 Bandit Knife Pinwheel, and it was just a ridiculous fight, because if you can't kill that boss fast enough, it becomes insane for no hit, dude. Actually, just insane. A Crystal Sage on steroids, basically. You're just in a tiny room. This one. How to judge games that came out in 2011 by today's standards? Well, it's not hard to do, but I don't think that's useful. I don't think that's a useful thing to do. That's why when I rank games, the date at the date when it came out is a big factor to me. It's like people saying Lies of P is better than Dark Souls 1 or something. I guess you'd hope so. A game that came out in 2022 or something, 2023. You'd hope that it's better than a game that came out 12 years earlier.
You are the boss, Gino.
But even then, there's more to a game than just, you know, like modernizing it. Govin, thanks for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's just the first example I thought of. Like lots of people saying Lies of P, or they have their kind of Souls tier list or something. Having Lies of P above DS1 or something like that. Oh boy. Oof, that was close. I guess that's why I stand at that distance. Oh, wait. Did I not drop it? I don't know what I'm doing.
You.
My ranking of the Soul series. I honestly, at this point in time, I don't really have like a meaningful ranking of the Soul series. I would say I like Elden Ring the most. Probably, but they're all just so close. The things that separate them for me, a game like Bloodborne, for example, I would have as the lowest. By a tiny margin. But the types of things that change it for me are, you know, just like little details. Like things I don't like about Bloodborne. Vials I really hate, and I don't like 30 FPS, you know? And my first playthrough was playing it at significantly, you know, like I would be lucky to get 30 FPS, you know? So it's stuff like that, like small little things. Pretty much overall, though, I like all the games about the same. what's quite nice too is playing on the emulator. You know, two of my main problems with the game are just totally fixed, which is B jump and the performance of the game. Just completely solved. Oh, you're... Ugh. Forgot to rest at the parish. Saw a video of someone at max level in Elden Ring while still being an NG +1. Wait, what? No, someone could easily farm for max level. On base NG even, it would be something I'm sure people have done. And so yeah, now that I can play, yeah, Bloodborne emulator, 60 FPS, no B jump, consistent frame rate. Also on PC is nice. But yeah, really at that point, the only problem I have with the game is just the vials are kind of annoying, which is pretty much a universal complaint about it. It's just not really a good system. For the most part. I mean, I like the idea of being rewarded for killing mobs when you're exploring areas and then refilling your heal reserve, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you can solve it by getting, like, going to that dungeon or whatever, but yeah, vials were probably a mistake. Dude, he totally baited me. Oh, mods for vials, really? Interesting. What does the mod do? I didn't see that one. Does it just make it more like Estus or something? Oh, auto restock vial mod. And it just gives you unlimited vials or something? Yeah, I guess that does solve the problem, doesn't it? That's probably what it should have been. You know, I'd rather not be able to hold 20 vials, but like maybe it's 10 vials or something, but then every time you warp, you just get them all back regardless. And then, you know, as you're going through the areas, you can potentially like overstock and get up to 20 if you're killing stuff and being conserving your vials and stuff. Like that's probably the way it should have been in the base game. And it sounds like that's, I guess, exactly what that mod does. Yep, that's a good way to do it. Does uploading with slow-ass internet ruin the quality of the video? No, it doesn't. It just means that it's going to take way longer to upload in good quality. Doesn't mean that the video itself, like, it'll upload at whatever quality you want it to be, but the only thing that'll change is how long it takes. At that point, you're straight up changing the game. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I wouldn't use that on something like a no-hit run, but to be fair, doing the no B jump thing also is straight up changing the game too. Like, being able to sprint and then dodge is not something you can normally do in that game. So... but I'm using it anyways, so... I thought I just accidentally rolled off the edge. strat's been really good. I think I solved whatever problem I was having with it before. Because it was the second free aim that I would miss, but I think I just have a better lineup for it. Managed to fix the physics not behaving correctly at above 30 FPS. On the emulator, yes. But if you start to go above 60, then you get problems. So 60 is basically the limit, unfortunately. But it's still, like 60, I won't complain about that. Yeah. The change in feel in the game between 30 and 60 FPS is monumental, dude. Because in my opinion, once you start getting a 60 FPS, then things start to feel decently smooth. I mean, 60 is still not great, but I feel like that's kind of the minimum for things to feel at least moderately smooth. Once you get used to it. Because if you're used to playing games at, 120, 240 or whatever, and you come back to 60, it's like, oh yeah, this doesn't look great, but, you adjust back to it, and it's... Where's the summon time? Oh. No, you adjust pretty quickly, and then, like, right now, for me, 60 feels decently smooth. For me, at least... When I'm going back to 30, it kind of never really feels good. Manus the hardest besides ONS? No, no. ONS is really in a tier of its own for difficulty on this run, mainly because of the bugginess of the fight. Everything else is much easier. Like, Manus is simple on this run. He's a very simple boss, actually. I'm gonna say that now. This run, I'm gonna get hit by him or something. No, I'd say the second hardest boss on this run is probably... I guess we're going to Sif now. Maybe Sif, actually. Sif is pretty tough. Tough no-hit boss because of the jumps, mostly. Other than that, I mean... Yeah, I think Sif is probably the second hardest. But yeah, Ornstein and Smo are arguably the hardest boss in this entire run. In God Run 3, it was Ornstein and Smo. Shadows are also pretty tough, but it's not... Like, Shadow doesn't have bugs. Glaring bugs that can just kill you. Favorite boss of all the Souls games is probably Demon Prince's. I think. I gotta figure out the right opening here because my soul mass gets lost every time I do this. Do level 1 multigame? No, I've already talked about it. Level 1 doesn't interest me. I would do level 1 plus 0 if I were to do something like that. I was talking about that the other day because I was thinking doing some sort of level 1+0 multi-game run would be a very good excuse to do DS3 of 1+0 again, which is probably my favorite no-hit run, probably. I was also thinking about, as some people know, I've been thinking for a while about some fun low damage run to do in Elden Ring, whether that's all bosses or not. I'd probably rather do all bosses, but you know, what would a fun low damage run be? Because I've thought about like level 1+0, and it's like you just get Night Comet and Meteorite Staff, and you're just blasting everybody. And I've thought about, you know, like I did the Master Run, which honestly wasn't the most fun run ever. It was okay, but definitely not what I was looking for. But I thought about something the other day, which I think could be really fun. Maybe. I would have to route it and see, but level 1+0, but region locked. Because what I've realized is part of the reason why those runs aren't that fun in Elden Ring when you're just doing like strictly low damage, but like you can go anywhere. It's because there's not really a route to the run, right? You're just you know, you're doing 2 hours of prep, getting all the stuff ready, and you're not restricted on basically anything. And then, yeah, you start fighting stuff, and if you get hit, because you're doing low damage to the boss, and you know, you get hit, you make a mistake or something, you got to do all that setup again. It's horrible. If I'm doing region locked, though, it makes the route much more interesting if I'm doing level 1+0, because then, you know, we can't just go get Meteorite Staff, which is by far the best thing. We have to clear a bunch of content before we can do that. And I think that run actually would be very interesting. So that's maybe when I return to Elden Ring and do another all bosses run, that might be what I do. Because at that point, at least we have to go through a good amount of content before we can use kind of the most powerful thing. And it'll make the setup more interesting. I'm a little concerned, though. It might just end up being Stormblade again. At least for the early regions, but you know, once you get to Altus and you're doing level 1+0 Stormblade, you know, you can't really do much with it. Not to mention, the stat boosting is a lot more restricted if you're doing region locked. You can't just go get Radagon's Soar Seal right away. I've never seen that. Interesting. I didn't even stop sprinting, dude. Okay, so clearly there's an issue with that. Like that's the exact thing I did on the other runs too. I had the right rings on, so it kind of sucks. Like I was full sprinting away, but he still just caught me. No, yeah, with stat boosting, yeah, definitely with stat boosting, because part of the not fun part about doing level 1 with no stat boosting is you're so restricted on stuff you can use that it's just the same thing on every boss, basically, which is not that fun. I'm thinking for level 1+0, it would be like it wouldn't. I don't think it would just be the exact same setup on every boss, which makes those runs way more fun. You know, maybe catch flame on a bunch of stuff. It's Carrion Slicer, Night Comet. You know, maybe the battle axe somewhere. Like, I don't know. Because that's what makes the DS3 run so fun, is that I wonder if I could just kill this guy, or if he's way too tanky. What was the God Run 3 strat I did for him? I actually can't remember. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think what it was is this. I should probably just do this strat. And yeah, it's not. And the thing with Grafted Blade too is, like one thing that I was really not interested in when I started routing level 1+0 all boss no hit, and this was a while ago, but being able to script a bunch of bosses was just not something I was looking for. You know, scripting bosses like Renala and... I mean, sure, she's an early game boss, but... Okay, I think this is what we're going to do. But now I'm concerned that even this strat isn't safe or something. No. So, yeah, so not true level 1. Because, like I just said with true level 1, it basically kills the variety on that run, and it's just the same build on every boss, just like status cycling, which is not the most fun thing. Like, statuses are fun to use once in a while, but when you're just looping the same statuses on every boss, it's not great. Region lock is impossible because the Watchdog Imp. Yeah, I guess that'd be a problem, but I'm sure there's something you can do. Level 1+0, NG7, no Talisman, no Ox. Like, doing specific boss kills like that can be fun, but doing entire runs like that is just, for me, is not fun. Well, can you not, like, Stormblade somehow? I mean, I'm sure that there's got to be something, right? Okay, maybe a few more times through this section. I wonder if I cast Hidden Body and then run around this guy the other way, I wonder if that'd be better. Yeah, so basically, in my mind, the perfect no-hit run is a combination of... the run having a really fun route. Okay, that seemed better. A run having a good route. A good variety of builds that you use throughout the run. While also having, you know, semi-endurance fights, basically. That's kind of my ideal run, which I've never been able to figure out in Elden Ring yet. To this point. Just because of the way the game sets up, open world makes it not as fun to do routes, and... yeah, maybe this is the better play. Yeah, I'm thinking region locked is the key to making those runs fun. No. I like routing Elden Ring, but for low damage, I'm talking about. Because if I don't, like I said, if I do level 1+0 and it's not region locked, then I go get Radagon Sword Seal, I go get, you know, all this stuff, Night Comet set up, and then there's not an interesting route. Like, you just go and get that stuff, and then you start blasting. And sure, like, you would have a tough DLC on level 1+0 no matter what you're doing, really, for no hit run, but I mean, for just the base game, I routed that run all the way up until, like, mountaintops, and I was still scripting bosses up there. And so, you know, once I did that, I'm like, man, like, what's the point of doing this? Yeah, I guess you could do no meteorite stuff, but region locked, I think, is the play. Because I still want to use the things the game has available. That's kind of part of the thing I like. Is, like, you know, using the tools that I have within a pretty broad restriction to figure out the best setup for each boss. And I think meteorite is part of that. Okay, so which one do I do? Maybe I do this one. Yeah, I do think I think routing Elden Ring is pretty fun for sure, but it's just for low damage that it's. Oh, it's good. As soon as they use meteorite, it won't use anything else. I mean, we'll have to see about that. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's true. Okay, I guess I just run around the right side instead then. Yeah, it might be true, but we'll have to see. So yeah, if I'm doing all bosses region locked, even before I get meteorite stuff, Caelid is late on region locked runs. Caelid is quite late, and How many bosses are up to that point? Like at least 60 or something. Maybe a bit more. So I think at least that part will make it better because I'm not just going to be using it for literally every boss in the whole game. But then, yeah, I'm hoping bosses like the avatars, the fire weakness will make... I mean, maybe we use some interesting sorceries with it, right? Which could be pretty cool. You know, maybe magma shot or something similar. Could be pretty cool. That's a great hit to take, by the way, here. Like, out of all the hits to take, that's what I want. You know? If I'm going to get hit, I want a hit where I figure out a problem with this, with the route or the strategy or something, you know? That's the type of hit I want. And same with the Bed of Chaos hit. Like a hit where I can quickly isolate the problem and then fix it. Some sort of weapon relay. Yeah, weapon relay could be fun. That could be pretty fun to do as well. I like the idea of that. It's not... I guess... No, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. It'd be fun. The jump looks a lot sketchier than it actually is. 207 weapon relay. How would that even work, dude? By weapon relay, do you mean you have, like, I guess there are maybe two versions of it where, you know, one you just have to use a different weapon for each boss, and then the other being like what V-Sweat did with the boss weapon. You kill the boss, and then you use their weapon for the next segment. Either one sounds pretty cool, though. I'll teach Eggy elevator skip. What run is he doing? Oh boy, I was almost too late there. Yeah, the Duke skip with that setup is free. Completely free. And the way it works is we're using... the fact we used this several times in the run, but when you're zooming with the bow, you can only move in 4 directions. So we use that to kind of like standardize the setup for it. I mean, I didn't come up with this, so but yeah, I forgot to cast hidden body. Really, it's fine. Actually, probably not fine. And yeah, so... I'm not going to explain the skip right now, I guess, but... Oh, I really messed up here. Maybe it's still fine. Yeah, we have so much damage, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could explain the setup. It's basically, you need to make sure that you're below, I don't know the exact percentage of equip load, but essentially just only have your bow equipped. Take off all your armor, take off all your weapons, just only have your bow. You need to be at the correct roll distance. Like, you need to have the correct roll distance for it. And it's not only light rolling, like there's different tiers of rolling still beyond that. So that's the first thing. And then what you do after that is look down to the left when you're about to pull the lever. And that way, it makes it more consistent with the lock-on. Because what you do, this is essentially what you do. I'm going to make a save here just so I can load it so I don't waste a bunch of time. But so say lever's right here. You pull lever, you lock on.
I'll give you the best
When your
ever.
camera's at the lowest possible height. So like right now, my camera's as low as it can possibly go. I'm looking to the left. I pull lever, I lock on. Then I zoom. Immediately, you start spamming roll to the right. You roll right, forward, and then back. So that's how you get onto the ledge every time. Which is honestly the most dangerous part of Duke Skip is getting on the ledge because it's really scuffed if you don't have a good setup. So yeah, right, forward, and then back, you'll get on the ledge. Immediately start turning your camera while having your camera at the lowest possible height. And you're going to use the corner of the like arrow UI here. You use that and line it up. There's I mean, you could probably go back and watch how I did it, but I lined it up with something on the wall, I think. Yeah, and then I guess, yeah, it is probably better showing the lift itself, obviously, but I don't think I have a... I mean, I guess I could just run back. Okay, I'll just run back really quick. No, it is actually very simple. Clearly, I'm not going to die here. Please don't. Okay. I'll make a new save here. Okay, so this is what you do. So come up to the lever. Lower your camera down to the lowest height and look a little bit left. Pull the lever, lock on. Zoom, roll right, once, up, and then back. And now look, I'm going to line up my arrow UI with this line on the wall. And then there's a little, I'd have to look at it in slow motion, but there's like a little band in the wall. That's when you roll. It's pretty lenient on the roll. Apparently there's some lineup or there's some timing thing with like shooting arrows or something, but basically I'm lining up the right part of my where's my mouse? I don't know where my mouse is. Like the right part of the arrow UI with this line on the left side of it. And then I roll once I see that particular line on the wall. On like the balcony or whatever, right? So I'm moving my camera at lowest height. See, it's lined up, and now there's that little band. That's it. Like you'll get the, and you'll be surprised at how easily you get this if you do that setup every time. Because I've taught people this skip, you know, people doing, you know, like Potastic learning ES1 no hit any percent. And it's like, holy shit, I didn't think I would get that first try, but yeah, it really is this simple. It's pretty lenient as well with the timing. So it's an insanely good setup. How's it going, Q? Like, holy shit, dude. I can't believe how easy that is, you know? That sort of thing. Never die to Seath again. Or to Duke Skip again.
Come again. The knowledge here is limitless. I will absorb it, then share it with you. I bet.
School is like that? Well, to be fair, it's a lot different when you're learning something that you're interested in versus what you're not interested in. So, yeah, of course you can still miss it, but once you get the hang of it, it's like really the only thing that's not completely standardized is the timing of that roll, which again, apparently there is a setup where you can time it more easily, but it's already pretty lenient, so I don't know if that's really necessary. Yeah, it is already easy. Yeah, I don't think there's a need for that. Gonna take Hunter to a Coldplay concert for Kiss Cam. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah. How did you know my plan? Came out with a fully buffered setup that doesn't use bow. It's much harder. Well, someone was saying earlier, I forget who, that you could just like shoot arrows. You could do the same setup, but just shoot a couple arrows or something. I don't know. I feel like doing that honestly would just make it harder because the variation and timing of when you actually line up with the right spot. So yeah, I mean, I guess I've yet to see the setup doing it other ways, but I would just stick with that. I've literally never missed it. Once I start doing that setup. Nightshade, thanks for the 29-month resub. Thanks so much, dude. Also, Isaac, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. And Osborne, thanks for the 11-month Prime sub. I feel like we're probably going to get another one-hit run here. Hopefully. I mean, if I do, then we'll be pretty much good on this game. Because, yeah, last run I got hit because the bit of Chaos strat I was using kind of screwed me over, but I have a better version. And then I just didn't know that pig could catch up to me when I was running like that. There may be other things like that, but I should really put on the demon hammer there. Setup only works if you do the manual aim setup on the lever. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. No, I haven't... Oh, really? I haven't read a Bloodborne yet, Obai, but I haven't heard about the hitboxes being different. Interesting. I guess I'll probably notice that for any percent, because I'm pretty familiar with the Bloodborne any percent, but yeah, I don't know about the all bosses, though. Honestly, even if that's true, I'm still going to just run the emulator and just adapt to it. Spectre, thanks for the good luck, dude. Yeah, I am feeling quite good about this run right now, though, even though we've not gotten it twice in a row. But just like tiny things due to inexperience with the game, basically. The reason that stuff doesn't happen in Dark Souls 3 is because I've just played the game so long and I've done so many runs. But with this one, you know, I say that as I did get hit to that one hollow when I tried to free him, but I knew that was dumb when I did it. I just felt like doing it. But in this game, there are things I just still don't know, so. It helps that this route is also, like, basically trivial. Oh yeah, I'm going the wrong way. Whoops. You're right. Shit, I totally went to the wrong boss there. Whoops. Can I warp back? I don't have any bones, dude. Whoops. Okay, well, I guess I'm just running. Whoops, I thought I was further than I was. I mean, I guess it would have been fine to just keep going here, but Yeah, I was supposed to go to... Like, the whole point of going to Taurus, Capra Demon, and Gaping Dragon there and doing that kind of segment is... I pick up that bonfire near the Black Knight, and then I can just bone back at the end of it. But... yeah, I thought I was going to...
I'll give you the best nut ever.
I thought I was going to...
Content. I'm here every
Guardian,
day,
dude. That was
but
going to
on
DLC
YouTube.
already.
Not gonna rule.
Whoops. Can I warp back to that bonfire? I guess I didn't rest at it. Or did I? I can't remember what I did. I mean, I would assume I can warp back to that. Rabid Bubble, thanks for the 3-month Prime sub. Thanks so much, dude.
Maybe.
I rested, right? I actually don't know.
30 pog.
I must have rested. So in that case, I guess I don't need to get this. Lasense, thanks for the 30-month resub as well. Thanks so much, dude. Fix my controller problems. I'm using a different controller. Because, yeah, it does seem like the port is broken on that one. It just disconnects every couple seconds, so. Yeah, I'm really interested. I ordered an 8-bit Do controller, or however you say that. I don't know how to say that, but 8-bit Do controller, which I've heard very good things about. I'm pretty excited to get it. Should be getting it tomorrow or something. Heard some very good things. Someone also mentioned some other type of controller as well here when I mentioned that. I forget what it was called, but I should probably... Like, I should probably try it out. It has, what is it, TMR sticks or something like that? Yeah, it's got TMR sticks. And you know what? The price is so insane. Oh, is it 8-bit Do? Yeah, I was wondering if it was 8-bit Do or 8-bit Do. I don't know, but the price for what it is, it makes me skeptical. Because the price is crazy. It was like 70 Canadian dollar, 80 Canadian bucks for, I don't know if if it's their top of the line controller, but it's the like Supreme 2 or something like that. Seems like an insane price for what it is. Don't get wireless ones. They have massive input lag. But you can, like, the wireless ones you could play wired though, right? Is that correct? I thought it had a USB-C on it, which is what my plan was. Because I did actually get a wireless one, so I hope you're wrong, but I'm going to use it wired. But, yeah, I was thinking it'd be nice to have wireless, like, in case I want to, I don't know, use it on like on my couch or something at some point, but yeah, probably 99% of the time I'd play wireless. Or sorry, wired. Yeah, so it's like $10. No, it actually is an insane price, though. Because kind of the equivalent... I think the heart controller from Thrustmaster is like 110 or something like that. Or pretty much the same... Seemingly the same specs. So it makes me very skeptical, to be honest. Because, like, how is it so cheap? Oh, you know what? I meant to look at this part. I kind of forgot. Triggering these assassins. Maybe I just need to actually use Hidden Body here. Seemed good. Yeah, what was it? There was some other controller brand that someone was talking about that I should get. What's actually very nice about being a streamer and stuff is like all the controllers and stuff are just business or like. I guess that's the sound of that guy. I thought someone was swinging at me, dude. That girl, I guess. Yeah, I'll just simply tax write-offs, dude. Which is why I basically have like 20 controllers just sitting here, different types. Oh yeah, Fly Digi was one of them. Yeah, maybe that was it actually. I haven't seen those controllers, but Cat's also tax write-off. Yeah, maybe, dude. Yeah, appeared on stream equal tax write-off, surely. Good point. Yeah, that must have been the one, yeah. Fly Digi Vader Pro 4. I'll have to check that out. Oh. I guess this was the last time I rested. Is this right? This doesn't feel right. I think one of my... Maybe my... Yeah. Okay, so double soul spear. Is what I'm meant to have. Also supposed to have 19 attunement. Everything's all messed up here, dude. Oh, but then... Wait, what? Yeah. Time to make my own controller? I don't think I need to, dude. Already a bunch of good ones out there. My controller would have a separate toggle for sprint on and off. Well, I mean, you can kind of do that with any controller anyways, but yeah, the DS2, like, support. Lucy, thanks for the good luck. Make my own hair product? Could you imagine, dude? Make a hair product by someone who doesn't use any hair products. Perfect. That's how you know it's good, surely. Yeah, I could make a shampoo, I guess. Yeah. But, I mean... I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of those out there.
Also, how do you like
So I didn't need the soul
enhanced
mass there.
libra?
Lucy, thanks for the 13-month resub. I think it's an interesting fight with the curse. I like the curse a lot. But the NPCs are just... I really don't like the NPCs. And so unfortunately it kind of ruins it, I think, for me. It basically becomes a boss revolving around the NPCs. But you know what? Like, maybe I don't understand it yet. Maybe we should get rid of the soul mass, actually. Can't really get rid of the top one, though. This one... Of course, I put the wrong one on. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like, Brian, I think. They do feel just low effort, kind of copy paste. Yeah. Fortunately. I can't think of a single instance where a fight is made better because it's an NPC rather than an actual enemy. I can think of a single one. In every instance, the boss would be better if it was just a normal enemy. Fuck. I should have trusted, dude. I knew the timing was all good, but I actually casted that just too early. Ah. I don't know how bad that is, actually. Yeah, I think I just need to go with the normal staff instead. Must have been a little too early, I guess. I think that's what causes this to get messed up. I'm just a little early. Definitely not early on this one. No, the boss isn't inconsistent to fight at all. It's just this strat saves several minutes. Significantly faster than what's intended, because if you think about what we're skipping here is we don't need to go do anything with Goth. We don't need to go get the key. We don't need to run all the way down to this boss, see him fly across, and then bone back, and then run back again. Right? It's a big time save. But we do it. I mean, it's also easier, probably, but... No, the boss itself isn't really, like, a big problem. It's just... This is just the most efficient way to do it. How's it going, Duck? Wait, can you do more than one hit per cycle? Is that a... I didn't know that. I guess the setup... I mean, it's got to be a different setup, I guess. I didn't actually realize that. Does the stretch get 5? Okay, I guess I can improve that. Damn, dude. I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, most aim is fine. I already do that a lot on this run. It's the good thing about what I do there is that it's like fully standardized setup. But to be fair though, if it does add like any amount of risk, then I probably wouldn't even bother with it, but it depends. Take some soul arrows just in case. In case I miss a little bit. I shouldn't. I just think I just need to not lock on. Autopsy, thanks so much, dude. I just wasted a soul spear there. Yeah, are you going to use the dark beads? I'm pretty sure I can hit him when he growls like that, but Free aim is the way. Yeah, time to pull out the dark beads, dude. Yeah, exactly. Whoops. Meant to do. I mean, if you can get 3 shots on Calamite, then like the setup I have, it only takes 4, I thought. I mean, so I guess I could do it at like a 2 cycle. Or is it 4 or maybe it's 5? I can't remember. Okay, yeah, 2 cycle. I thought that'd be pretty considerable time save. That's pretty good. Staff effect cast time? I don't believe so. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything that affects cast time in this game, but yeah, I just don't know. I don't think so. Could be wrong though. Oh, it is dex. Okay, it's still dex in this game. Okay, interesting. Did I walk up too far there? I kind of just assumed that nothing did because of how insane the cast speed is that I have of like Soul Spear and Crystal Soul Spear in this game. Like DS3, a base dex character casting Soul Spear is so much slower than this, dude. Like I just kind of assumed, but it's kind of insane. Thought it was a joke the first time in DS3 you saw that asked what the Crystal Soul Spear. Yeah, it's funny because even a Bellvine Crystal Soul Spear cast in DS3 is slower than the base Crystal Soul Spear cast in this game, I guess. I mean, I have 15 decks, I guess, but I don't know how much that's actually helping. I guess I could normally go like that. Yeah, that's pretty insane, dude. I maybe could have waited longer there. Yeah, that was not safe right there. Should have baited that guy up higher. Nice and efficient kill. Yeah, the beads are pretty crazy. That is true. But you know what? I never really considered that though. I guess like maybe I should check out the speedrun route at this point because I mean I guess I do kind of like having the crystal soul spears, but not having to do the Logan stuff would well. I mean, you must still have to get Logan and stuff, right? Or no? I mean, honestly, getting the crystal stuff for a no-hit run doesn't really take that much extra time. It does cost a lot of money, though. Like, I think at this point we have 2 stacks of soul spears, right? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's probably worth it for no-hit. Yeah, 2 silver speedrun. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I didn't even consider it, but...
Maybe I'll give you the best.
Andy Man, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. Wanted to get the Fair Lady Bonfire warp to Demon Ruins. Well, you have 2 options. You can either do that and then run all the way back to Firelink, or you can not do it and then run back down from Firelink. You gotta pick one of the 2. Honestly, easier to run down, so... easier and faster. Yeah, I fought the Everdark Libra when it came out last night. Cannot say I'm a big fan. I think I'm a little conflicted though, because the fight is pretty cool with the curses and stuff, but the NPCs, man, just I don't like them. You'd say Thorn's Elden Ring was more broken than Bead before nerf? Nah, that's not true. I don't agree with that. I mean, Thorns were insane and definitely need to get nerfed, but I still think Dark Bead was better. Is better. So don't you have to rest the bonfire in this game? Yeah, it would save a lot of time if just lighting it actually did something other than enable you to use the bonfire. If you could light a bonfire and then teleport to it later, that would have been pretty nice. Seems like FromSoft did not cook with the second round of Everdarks. Yeah, I think you're right. Someone was saying that they saw the spoiler for the Tricephalos, and it kind of seems more like a normal fight where it just the boss just has more moves or something. So, you know, probably that'll be a safe pick to be a decent one. I'm not the biggest fan of base Tricephalos, to be honest. He's okay, but nothing insane. But I guess we will see. Oops. "11 NPCs Gladys fight." Yeah, like imagine Libra, but instead of spawning an NPC, he spawns some new enemy type. Some like goat enemy that just blasts you. That's not an NPC. That input read rolls your attacks. Like, that would have been sick, dude. Maybe. Maybe would have been sick. Depending on the enemy, of course. Funny, when I make a save file at this fog gate and I load it, it basically only does the leaping slam attack. But every single run I've done, he just hasn't done it yet. He's done the explosion, he's done the swipe, he's done that slam. Yeah, I should have spawned a Volnir. Good old dark bead. Some existing enemies that are good would have been 100% better. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, like you get, you know, swarms of enemies that come at you and you kind of, you know, maybe with your squad, you want to try to coordinate and spread out the enemies and then take them out. And then once you take them out, you can kind of resume the fight or something. And they don't just get instantly resummoned. Maybe. Did I kill the fire demon? You've missed 2 bosses then, because I killed him and I killed centipede demon. I have PTSD from there's one all bosses run I did, and this was like a different route, some crystal halberd route where I didn't get hidden body or something. Or maybe I actually did get hidden body. I can't remember, but I lost a run to one of the dino butts here, dude. And he chased me down. It scares me every time I run through here because of that. I wonder if anyone's ever lost a run to putting on the Calamity ring instead of the orange charred ring and trying to go through the lava or something. Yeah, I know the splits are behind it. Like, I just don't have time to split at this point, but now I can. Doesn't really actually matter, but... Kung Fu, how's it going, dude? Really, you lost runs for getting the lava ring? Dang, dude. Okay, so different strategy here, sorta. I mean, little different. So much quicker as well. bait that attack. Because like maybe from that spot he just can't do anything else other than Firestorm, and that's why he just sits there. No, I didn't do this in God Run 3. In God Run 3 I did like the older version, I guess. The one I was literally doing like 2 hours ago, which is I don't really need to level up anymore, but which is you go to that route on the side and then you go down the branch once Firestorm happens. But this way, like, cause I lost a run earlier because of it. Like I got a 1-hit run because I got hit by Firestorm because I had nowhere to go. And so, yeah, this is a version that just makes a lot more sense because you just have a lot more room to run around up top. Imagine Bed of Chaos and Night Rain with enemies defending each of the damage spots. Yeah, I guess. Someone hire this guy. Is that enough? Oh, he can do instant Firestorm when I go down? I was actually just wondering about that. But in that case, like I thought I was actually looking for it. And I wonder how soon he can do an attack there. Because I was actually paying attention to that, and I'm assuming the timing at which he did the you know, the first, like, fire breath was as soon as he can attack, but maybe not. Oh, shit, I had the wrong... I guess, I guess it doesn't matter. Oops. The curse taking... No, it's not the curse. It's the Dust Crown Ring. It, yeah, it halves your max HP. It's really good for red tier stone setups. Guinevere skin and Night Rain. For which class, dude? I guess the Recluse, maybe? Let's go Lost. Yeah, Demon Souls is going to be part of this run as well. Yeah, Demon Souls all bosses is literally any percent plus the tutorial. That's actually it. So yeah, Demon Souls is definitely one of the easier runs of the all bosses, if not the easiest one. I mean, DS1 is also... DS1 is probably the second easiest. Only reason it's not like right there with Demon Souls is because of Quarantine and Smo. Funny how the camera gets here when you're in this area. The insane zoom cam. If you didn't do this skip, this area probably would be pretty tricky for no hit, I would imagine. Yeah, immaculate coding. Yeah. Average FromSoft coding. Imagine that DS2 and Bloodborne will be the most difficult. Well, yeah, Bloodborne for me, I haven't done Bloodborne all bosses in that, and I'm also thinking of adding chalices. So yeah, Bloodborne will be a lot to learn. Yeah, Elden Ring's long. DS2 is also like, it's not nearly as long as Bloodborne with chalices or Elden Ring. I've also done a lot of DS2 all bosses no hit runs at this point. And the route's like quite consistent. Yeah, one-shotting Priscilla is fine if you have the no moan mod or whatever, the moan glitch fix mod, which I do have. Probably not Team Hitless approved, but I mean, it is just a bug, basically. Oh, it is allowed. Okay, interesting. I mean, it makes sense that it's allowed, probably. Some other bug fixes like baby jump mod are allowed and stuff. Does make sense.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Oh shit, I don't have red tear stone. Must barely just not have it. Doesn't matter. I mean, the original strat for this doesn't even use it. I kind of like time save, but we should allow Elden Ring fire bounce fix. Yeah, but that I don't know. That one's not a bug though, is the problem, you know? I tend to agree though. If I were to do a super low damage run with like some hour-long fire giant no hit, I would probably want something like that, but is it, I don't know, is the mod that Recycle made, is that the one, like I saw that he put out the like some nice patch mod for a bunch of Elden Ring bug fixes and stuff. Is it part of that, or is it like a standalone? Because when we did Zero Hit League for Elden Ring, we used Matt edited Fire Giant's Fire Breath attack and like fixed the deflection, but basically it just made it him walk forward with a tiny fire breath forward. I guess it doesn't actually fix the full deflection, right? It just kind of changes the attack. Turned off deflection. But does it totally nerf the range of the fire giant breath attack, or is it still the full range but just actually no deflection? The only fix I've seen for it that someone has modded is it's the I guess I normally cast hidden body for that guy. Whoops. Oh, full range, no deflection. Okay, interesting. Nice. Because, yeah, at that point, I mean, I think that is fine to use. Oh, another one hit. But this time to just some, like, random pig. Still 208, though, so, this round is definitely slower than I thought. I thought it was, like, 150 for some reason, but it's not even close to that. Interesting. I mean, obviously, I could speed it up quite a bit. But I don't know if I need to, so I guess it's just, like, 2 something. Maybe it'll be around 2 once I actually get, once I don't have to think about what I'm doing. But yeah, it's a little slower than I thought, though. Anyways, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this at this point. There may be a few other things. I want to look into this cow meat faster strat, too. That'll save a bit of time. How long did it take to no-hit them all in a row first time? Like the God Run 3, it took me a couple months, like 3 months or 4 months or something. But yeah, probably gonna end for today, guys. We did 2 full runs. Or almost, I guess. But yeah, DS1's looking pretty good. Even though I haven't no-hit it since I came back, but I've only done 2 runs, so. And just both of them were 1 hit, and they were both pretty trivial stuff, where it's just like a slight strat change, It wasn't actually because I messed up. But yeah, tomorrow is gonna be DS3 Seamless Co-op. I'll probably end up doing some, either some DS1 or something else, maybe Bloodborne beforehand. But it'll be a 6-month practice period. Yeah, I mean, basically, dude. I'm hoping it's not going to take me that long to get this, but it might. It might take me that long. And this is going to be a massive run, dude. Because, yeah, the God Run 3 took me 3 to 4 months, I think. And I had already no-hit all the games at that point, right? When I started going for it, or de-rusting for it or whatever. On this one, I haven't even done Bloodborne, and the run's 3 times longer. So yeah, it's gonna be tough, dude. But just simply do it. Simply make it. But yeah, I'm not sure what we'll do tomorrow other than the DS3 Seamless. I should probably do another DS3 run, to be honest, just so I stay up to date on that. That's probably a good idea. But let's raid Potasic. She's playing Split Fiction with her sister, apparently. So yeah, I guess I hi to her, and I'll be back on tomorrow. Probably a bit of a longer stream. But yeah, we're making some progress on this, dude. Like, DS1's already looking pretty good. Only 4 more games. But yeah, I think Elden Ring... I don't know. Elden Ring Demon Souls should be good. I just have to de-rust at it, and then... Bloodborne and DS2. I'm going to be pretty rusty at DS2, so... Anyways, yeah, have a good night, you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow.